writing your scores down at the conclusion of each game and turning in your recap sheet to the tournament table. As a courtesy to the other competitors, as you finish your game and move lanes, please allow the pair you are moving to time to complete their game, and only athletes are to be in the sentee area. Now, let's give these athletes a round of applause as they begin round 4 of their tournament competition. Bowlers, when your arrows come up, you may begin your tournament play. Good luck.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for continued coverage of the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships. This year's event is taking place at the Gold Coast Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Special thank you to some of our industry partners helping out this week. Brunswick with the official scoring, Rick Cruz and Rick Barbera helping out with that. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider this week. Herman Glenn is out here as our lane man. Logo Infusion, the official jersey provider of Team USA and Junior Team USA. And of course, a big thanks to all of you for joining us here for the fourth round of men's competition. Our women's 6-game block already in the books. We'll get you a recap of that in just a brief moment. This is game 1 of 6. For the men's 4th round, we are competing on a 41-foot condition, 26.5 mils, using a combination of fire and ice oils. For this one, you can find all the information you need to know about team trials, scores, oil patterns, and more by visiting bowl.com/Team USA Trials. My name is Aaron Smith, working alongside Emil Williams Jr., Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, and Brad Houghton. Also supporting in the roles of social media and on bowl.com. Quickly, let's meet our competitors here on 43 and 44, along with 45 and 46. Getting ready to step up. Far left of your screen is Kyle Sherman, PBA player, past Junior Team USA member. Going to be joined on the lanes today by Nick Canner, Brandon Dodge, Patrick Phillips, and Tim Smolin for game number 1. And over on 45 and 46, we have James Wakefield Jr., Morgan Moore, Travis Anderson, Jared Durant, and Blake Ernest. Saw a variety of angles taken to the pocket during the women's block a little bit earlier today. Also on a 41-foot condition. So we will see how the gentlemen choose to attack their 6 games today. Yesterday for the men, it was a Nick Pate kind of day. Started off with 805 for his first 3 games on his way to a 1474 6-game total. Tom Hankey was second, Sean Wilcox third, Andrew Dukowski was fourth, and Morgan Moore was fifth. Morgan on our featured pair to kick things off. Collegiate bowler at Midland University. In the overall standings, after 3 rounds, the USBC Hall of Famer John Janowitz leads the way with 50 total ranking points. 2-time junior gold champion Solomon Salama is second with 54. Nick Pate third with 59. Longtime junior Team USA member Wesley Lowe Jr. is fourth with 63. And Zach Mitchell from Minnesota rounded out the top 5. Mitchell has rolled the only 300 so far on the men's side. There's plenty of good stuff to help keep you informed about what's going on here at Team Trials. If you go in the description below the video, you can find a lot of great stuff. Lane condition, lane assignments, overall results after round 3, throughout the course of round 4 as we get them, and live scoring. Brandon Dodge gets a messenger to connect for 3 in a row. Brandon, I believe, part of the St. Ambrose bowling program. Tough break there. James on his first shot. Never fun seeing the 7-10 up there. So as we settle into game number 1, a little recap of the format of Team Trials. It's Tim Smolin. Trip yourself a 2 here in the early going. Makes 4 in a row for Tim. Team Trials is made up of 5 days and 5 rounds. 1 round for every day, 6 games apiece for all these competitors. Each day is contested on a different oil pattern. Started off with 36 feet. Day 2 is 38. 45 in day 3, and as we mentioned, to 41 feet in round number 4. Didn't think Kyle Sherman's shot was going to result in that. It was a touch high, but 7-10, yikes. So throughout the course of these 6-game blocks, you obviously want to try and accumulate as many pins as you can. Strike's the quickest way to do that. And at the end of the day, essentially someone wins each individual day. Someone's got to finish it first, someone's got to finish it second, third, fourth, 16th, 22nd, 38th, and so on. So depending on where you place in the standings, that's how many ranking points you receive for the day. As we mentioned, Nick Payton finished first in the standings during yesterday's round, so he received 1 ranking point for the day. Tom Henke was second, he received 2 ranking points. Chris Vai was 9th, so he received 9 points. Dallas Leong was 15th, so 15 points. I could do this all day. I will spare you additional numbers. And so that at the end of 5 rounds, you look at that cumulative total to determine essentially kind of the whole course of the event. So you want to keep your overall total as low as possible, because that means you're consistently finishing near the top of the standings. The reason we're doing all this, A, we're going to crown a Team USA Trials champion. B, we're going to find out who's going to advance to the U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals, which will be tomorrow night, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 local time here in Vegas. We will find out the winners of the U.S. Amateur, both the men's and the women's divisions. And then C, I guess C1 and C2, we'll find out who will be on Team USA and Junior Team USA 2019. That announcement also tomorrow. Oh, Patrick. Just mean, just mean. So the team, or the Team USA and Junior Team USA format of the event, pretty interesting. There's a few different elements to it. We'll go over those just so everyone maybe tuning in for the first time is aware. As we talked about the ranking points, the top 4 players in the ranking points at the end of 5 rounds on both the men's and the women's side will earn an automatic spot onto Team USA for 2019. That is regardless of their status of being a professional, an amateur, or a youth. If you make the top 4 in this event, you earned it. Now looking at the rest of the team, we'll start with the adult team. The winner of the U.S. Amateur will also earn an automatic spot if they happen to have already earned a spot on the team by finishing in the top 4. Then that spot will go to the 5th ranked person in the standings. The National Selection Committee, which is made up of past Team USA members, coaches, etc., will select 2 players based on their performances this week who did not earn an automatic spot. And finally, the National Selection Committee will be able to choose up to 5 players. Count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. from submitted resumes. The criteria for resumes: your player would have to be a member of Team USA or Junior Team USA in the past 10 years. On the men's side, in the top 25 in earnings during the 2018 PBA Tour season. And on the women's side, top 25 in points during the 2018 PWBA Tour season. So that's how the adult team will be put together. Great cover there by Morgan Moore. Taking care of business with the 210. The junior team will work out a little bit differently, but the same at the same time. Great shot there by Kyle Sherman, making the adjustment off the 4-pin in the 4th. Definitely looked like he moved a little bit deeper, created a little steeper angle throughout the front. So there will be a total of 4 players. The top 4 youth players in the standings, similar to the adult team, will earn automatic spots on Junior Team USA, both the boys and the girls division. The National Selection Committee will select a total of 2 players based on their performances either this week at Gold Coast, or they can also consider performances at the 2018 Junior Gold Championships. And finally, a total of 6 players have already earned their spots based off of qualifying at the 2018 Junior Gold Championships. So to answer Donovan's question in the chat concerning Chad Steven, he was the only player of the 6 boys and 6 girls who already qualified not to compete this week, but that is okay because Chad earned his spot. It's all his. So he will be on Junior Team USA in 2019. Essentially, for the players who had already earned a spot, coming out here to team trials could be for a variety of reasons. Obviously, they could be trying to make the adult team as well. Can come out here, try to win the team trials title or the U.S. Amateur. And at the end of the day, it's still a pretty tough tournament and great test for all players to hone their skills and see where they fit among a pretty tough field. Of course, the challenge of 5 different patterns over 5 days. Also a good opportunity for those who are tuned in at the end of the last broadcast. We mentioned there's a unique opportunity for high school aged athletes as well, because quite a few college coaches in attendance this week. They have the ability to come out and see these players, since we do have a great collection of young student athletes competing this week. I believe more than a dozen college coaches just in attendance, some even competing. Donovan, that is a great question, and to be perfectly honest, at the moment, I do not know. Not sure if the process will change or not, moving ahead with a new division in Junior Gold, but I'm sure Stephen Padilla and company are already thinking about that. Gary Brown as well. Another question in the chat was the lowest amount of points someone has achieved at the end of the tournament. That's another good question right there. Another one I really don't have the answer to. This is a newer format, so Team Trials hasn't always been consistent in this fashion. For several years, it involved it was more of a total pinfall event over the course of several days. I feel there was a pretty dominating performance by Danielle McCune a few years ago, though. Might not be the lowest, but when I think of total scores, it was pretty low. Let's see here. Danielle last won in 2016. Let's see if that was the year. For Danielle, in 2016, she accumulated 24 points over 5 rounds. At the moment, we do not have any player on either side with less than, let's see. On the guys' side, 50 was the low score through 3 rounds, and on the women's side, I believe Kelly Kulik is leading overall. Kelly Kulik is. She already has 43 points through 4 rounds. So 24 is a pretty dominating performance. 7, 2, 3, 4, and 8 her finishes. Good call on Kyle Troop. I knew him and AJ ran away with it. I didn't realize he was that low, though. 21. Points last year at the Orleans. AJ Johnson with 38 points last year, which would typically win most years. Jacob Buttriff won the previous year with 59 points. Danielle McCune also had 26 points in 2015. However, there was a stepladder final portion of that, so that actually determined the Team Trials champion, which you did have to qualify in the top 3 to advance to that. So the reason the Team USA Trials lost the stepladder final was because we regained the U.S. amateur portion of the event. So that's been happening since 2016. You can see all those champions on the masking units over lanes 41 through 46. And the return of the U.S. amateur. It was Chris Vi and Stephanie Schwartz. In 2017, Julia Bond and Matt Russo. And 2018, Jordan Richard and Cortez Schenk. Ho ho! How about that? Tim Smolin. So the front seven had that little bit of a miscue. The 2-8-10. He says, I like keeping my clean game. Good old 2 off the 10 off the 8. And Emil probably missed it. Emil says he did see it. All right. Pins do move around quite a bit here at Gold Coast. Oh. There's a second 7-10 on 43 for Kyle. The first one was very high flush. But hey, let's see if the whole pins moving around a lot thing applies one more time. Question in the chat about Duncan Whitaker. Duncan had an open in the 6th and a strike in the 7th. So 115 in the 6th. If you want to follow Duncan throughout the day, however, if you scroll down a little bit into the description area below the video, you will find a link to live scoring so you can follow Duncan throughout his 6-game block. A shot there by Blake. I have to say the standings move around a lot for the overall portion of it, I should say. But the picture really starts to come clear heading into the final round on Friday. Sometimes it's a little bit easier with total pinfall events. You kind of get used to just watching someone roll when pinfall is the determining factor, but the bonus points really shake things up. You can't necessarily rely on just going to town on one pattern and having a big day and having basically a cushion of pins to work from if you struggle another day. You have to find a way to be consistently good each and every squad. Morgan Moore and his brother Mason competing this week. As we mentioned, part of the Midland University bowling program. Definitely a big theme here every year at team trials. Collegiate athletes, along with high school athletes, we get some kids in here before they work their way up to the college ranks. They also have the opportunity to mix in with the more experienced players, the professionals. It's Travis with authority. All right, some questions in the chat. Today's pattern, 41 feet in length. The entry fee has generally been $350. There is a small prize fund for each squad leader throughout the course of the week, so Essentially the top 4 finishers each day get a little bit of money back. Who is leading after 3 rounds on the men's side? It is John Janowitz, Double J, Hall of Famer, 8-time member of Team USA, the owner of dozens of medals, is part of Team USA, a 3-time Eagle winner at the Open Championships. He was several points ahead of Solomon Salama, 2-time junior gold champion in the U15 division. Are into the 10th frame here of game number 1. Nice shot there by Brandon Dodge. Nick Canner in the books with 171. Tim Smolin, who started off with 7 in a row, can still get to 255. James Wakefield Jr. finished with 162. Jared Durant looked to clean up the 6-pin. Finished with 226. Morgan Moore with 3-pin left standing can cover that up and still get to 194. Blake Ernest working on a double. Max score 205. Travis Anderson can still get to 229. With all 3 in the 10th. Brandon going to go to the bag, try something different here. Nice game there, Tim. 255 in the books. Blake Ernest is a name I get to see quite a bit. Seems like he bowls a lot of stuff, but it's one of those things where you see the name, you don't get to see him bowl too often. It doesn't seem like he hits the pairs a lot. That young man can toss the rock. Very clean game. .203 for Brandon. Kyle Sherman. He's not a fan of lane 43 at the moment, and I don't blame him. Let's see if he can get a few strikes here. Get to 203. Kyle will not be sending lane 43 Christmas cards next year. Patrick Phillips working on a strike. Let's look at the 203. Oh. Had 8-pin a little bit earlier in this game, and 4-9. Patrick takes the 1. He'll finish at 171. Sherman got to 177. Blake Ernest 192. Morgan Moore 194. Travis Anderson can get to 209. Big scores here in Game 1 on our featured pairs. Tim Smolin 255 and Jared Durant 226. All right, that's going to wrap things up. Travis Anderson finishes with 197. Game 1 done. Game 2 coming up next here. 4th round of men's competition at the 2019 Team USA Trials. Happy New Year to everyone. Hope it's already been a safe and prosperous New Year here in the early going. As we wait for our competitors here, just a reminder, keep an eye on social media. The Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, and at US Bowling Congress on Instagram for some great and fun content throughout the course of the week. Not sure why the score hasn't flipped over for 45 and 46. It still says Travis is up. We'll get that corrected. Get our competitors going. Starting game 2, though, on 43 and 44. Jacob Shockley, Tom Hankey, Andrew Letcher, Kenan McFalls, and the well-dressed man in the leprechaun shirt and bright yellow pants looking for the pot of gold is Brian Manna. Luck of the Irish kicking in already. Had Brian on the live stream during day 1. Stopped in for a game. Said he's going to bring out this jersey pants combo. He was not lying about it. Tom Hankey's had a very good week so far, was 2nd overall during yesterday's block. Started the day in 6th place overall with 74 ranking points. As we wait for 45 and 46 to get going. Once again, thank you for joining us here on Bowl TV. Everyone sit back and relax. And go Bears. As we settle into game 2 on Bowl TV. Thanks again for tuning in.
All right, good shot there from Andrew Dukowski. Just get a few frames inside game number 2. Aaron described Brian Mano's wardrobe and attire. Of course, the baby blue or Carolina blue, which perfectly offset the blue and the rainbow. That's why socks are important, because theoretically they could be almost any color, but if that color, your socks, any color those socks, are in your tie or something like that, your pocket square, you're good. Buffalo Grove's finest, Zach Singer with a double. Kenny McFalls, yeah, I saw his shot in the second frame on 43. Right-handers typically will kind of switch from their, normal finish position to then acting like raising their left hand and switching it if they're going Brooklyn. And Kennan did that, but it was dead flush in the 1-3. And he came back and said, that was Brooklyn on the previous pair.
Wow.
He just knew it all the way. So maybe we might have 290 for Kennan here on this pair.
But now he has to figure out the move to not throw it to go Brooklyn. Kennan, a junior Team USA member in the past. Sure we'll take care of business here soon.
I must admit, I'm sorry, my bad, bro.
I was just going to go,
Oh,
Sean Wilcox tripping out of 4.
I definitely didn't want to interrupt that. It's one of my favorite Aaron Smith isms. Someone mentioned the fashion tips, silverback. I must admit that a lot of that comes from, I learned from my wife.
You are a pretty fashionable man. I will say that.
Some things I can do on my own. Well, I'm a pretty plain guy, so wearing a lot of color, like Brian Mano, like I personally that's just not. I couldn't be that bright.
So all that swag is actually just Shanice.
Not all of it.
Not all of it?
But I am giving credit where credit is due. But she could somehow tell me that, convince me that, wearing a color scheme that I think would be outrageous would be great, and then I'd try it on and it would look fantastic. But that's what marriage would do for you.
How about that?
I always said if I make it somewhere, make it big. 6'10" there from McFalls. She's the automatic hired stylist. That's right, Russell. Our time and our clothes. Got to coordinate. Joey, thanks for checking in and watching Zach. We learned a lot about the singers this week. Just one of three is Zach. Triplets. Good shot. Hello, Dennis. Probably not Sharpie. There's a couple ways you could do it, obviously. You could go the Pops route, John Witherspoon, or the Luda route. Ludicrous names for those who may not be aware. Andrew Letcher. Andrew Letcher is the owner of some hardware.
Past Rookie of the Year.
My man. Father John in with us this evening. And Waz. Looks like it's going to be a good evening. We hope. Well, this is going to be a good evening for bowling. It could be a better evening if the squad can pull it on out here.
Ball is moving, though. The ball is moving into the third. Ball on the Philly 20. Third 9 coming up. Scores in after 1. Anthony Nyer, 277. Talented left-hander. 2018 under 20 junior gold champion. Tim Smolin, we saw him here on Bull TV, 255. Tommy McNeil, 254. Hunter Sanders, 253. And Cortez Schenk at 250. Your top 5 in the standings. Total of 62 players, even or better. After 1. In the overall standings, Wesley Lowe recaptures the lead. Come out with 77 points. John Janowitz with 90 points at second. Nick Pate with 100 points. Michael Martell, 111, jumps to fourth. Once again, these will fluctuate greatly throughout the course of the block. Darren Tang with 118. Fifth, Josh Pate with 126. Riley Howe and Perry Carl the fourth at 130. Tied for seventh, Andrew Hall, 132. Dallas Young and Nick Crummel, 135. So that is telling me some of our guys near the top had a rough first game.
Well, we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier during the women's squad, but today is kind of moving day, if you will. Now, the event's so unique that, of course, the standings in an estimated fashion kind of fluctuate, obviously, game to game. And they're never official until the block's over. But it is still, in essence, moving day because you certainly could put yourself in a better position with 6 games left or a tough position with 6 games left.
Question in the chat from Chris: can anyone bowl Team USA trials? For the most part, yes. It's the rules are pretty plain and clear. All participants must be USBC members in good standing. Participants must be U.S. citizens and eligible to compete on Team USA in accordance with Olympic Charter Rule number 41. The nationality of competitors. I believe the minimum age to compete is 13, based off of World Bowling Rules. And the designation for those youth players in the field. To qualify for Junior Team USA 2019, they must be 20 or younger as of January 1st, 2019. So always sometimes a strange thing for folks to take in, but youth status at this event is solely based on age, not the competitor's status with the USBC, if you will. So World Bowling events on the junior side, all age-based. So someone could be a USBC adult member, still make junior team. They could be a PBA or PWBA member, and as long as they fit that age criteria. They're still eligible for junior team. Solid moves right there. Kevin false.
Now I like a few moves to be shown out there on the lanes on the approach.
It's got a little pizzazz. Little style. Sean Wilcox just gets mean at the bottom of that swing.
He does. I mean, he really accelerates well into his slide from the power step. I noticed it. I think it was game one. Maybe he was pretty sure he was on the left of where we are now, and so I got the side angle.
Saw a few of these guys put together some big games on the live stream pairs on their way to nice finishes yesterday. Sean Wilcox ended the day in third overall. Andrew Dukowski was fourth or fifth. I'm going to look it up just so I'm sure. He was fourth. He was Sean was at 14:26 and Andrew was 14:12 yesterday. So this guy struck a little bit on 45 feet. Sean Wilcox has that frame that as Jacob, nice cover of the 210 there. Has that kind of ideal frame that we're seeing more and more folks have who it's got those long arms. A big wingspan and can really create a lot of just awesome leverage. Just get into that right position at the bottom of the swing, and then it's just all effortless power from there. It's almost unassuming power. Tom Hankey with a strike. He says, I'm going to figure you out, 44. Coming for you.
So what Aaron has been describing of players like Sean, you mentioned someone yesterday. I don't remember who it was.
That's good because I don't remember it either, but I take your word for it.
Which is kind of what started that combo. It might have been Sean. But I think when I was that age, I think it was like that because I'm pretty long for the most part. Arms, decent wingspan. So you're saying I did not use my untapped power properly, is what you're saying?
Potentially, yes.
I agree with you.
Although you are a national champion and a Hall of Famer, so I can't argue with your tactics.
No, I think you're right. I think that's a great observation, and it was something that I constantly heard as a youth to be able to use your legs more, and then essentially allow your height to be your what's the word I want to say?
Your power,
not really.
Your mojo.
Allow your height to be a benefit. Like my man GT2.
Hello to my good buddy Tom Zeller tuning in. Tom is multitasking right now because I know he's not watching the Bears. Or he's not watching the Bears, so. Tom, thanks for checking in, bud. And I know Tom is celebrating right now with the Chicago Bears' most recent touchdown is my man Mitchell to A-Rob. But Emil, I think the game's also changed a little bit from that time too, as far as the power players aren't the same type of power players as they were 10 years ago. Which isn't a bad thing, but I actually think it's a good thing because, you know, essentially you think power player, you think that takes a certain type of build, a certain type of strength. And bowling isn't necessarily that sport. That's always been the case. But the way, you know, these players can use their flexibility to their advantage to get everything about their swing in line to get that hand in that position where you're underneath the ball, kind of almost, you know, Mike Fagan was really the first one who seemed to really kind of, that I recall kind of seeing that. Kind of seen that in person, seen that on TV.
Excellent point on that, Aaron. He is one of my kind of all-time favorites to just watch bowl.
Nick Summer, 65 and 66, started off with 8 in a row before a 9 spare in frame number 9. A few people making runs. Some big games developing on 45 and 46 right now. And 43 and 44. Brian Mano putting together a nice game here. He can get into the 250s. And also win the award for best dressed of the day, all at the same time.
I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
No, I was just going to say, here's Wilcox going for his 7th in a row.
Well, let's watch.
That's the business right there.
That's just filthy. Didn't even hear it hit the lane.
It's just so clean.
What did I got Josh Ross shoot yesterday?
290.
On the feature pin, right?
290 on 43 and 44. Mano hit a pair of light hits on 43. Otherwise has been all about the strikes here in game 2. Let's see. He's good one more time. He's got to get up the hill. Oh!
10 out.
Pushed over like a 4-leaf clover on St. Patrick's Day.
Nothing. You know who else likes 4-leaf clovers?
Who's that?
Rihanna Cote.
That yes, a lot of green in her jersey game, which is a real thing.
My man Mano, though, he's I just want a bowl of Lucky Charms right now.
Nicely done. Mano, a 3-time All-American at Indiana University a couple of years back. Likes coming out and competing, though. Here's Wilcox looking for one more.
First two steps are short, and then he just goes into it.
Zach Singer back on it. Buffalo Grove's finest. Still get to 243 this game. Dukowski with the baby split conversion in the ninth. Can still get to 248. Brian Mano in the books, 247. Making Willie P. proud right there.
I remember seeing him as a freshman a couple years back. Shot from McFalls, but Dukowski, you just knew at that point he was going to be a player, pretty versatile player too. By the way, man, no way on the hot pockets. Can't do it.
Jacob Shockley finishes up 178. Tom Henke can get to 208 with 3 in the 10th. Kennan with the strike already. Max out at 232. Drew Sachs. Getting ready for his 10th frame. 192 his max score. Tom said I was going to get you 44. It wasn't lying. Past junior gold champion back in Chicago in 2015. U15 division, now freshman at Weber International. Shot from Drew. Andrew Letcher. Can do 169 this game on 43. 238 for Dukowski in the books. Time will take the one. Finish with 195. Ken McFall's 222. Not sure if that's exactly how Zach hoped to pick that up, but from way downtown. All right, let's see if Wilcox can put together a few more strikes, get to 290 here on Bull TV. This is the second game in men's fourth round. 2019 USBC Team USA Trials.
Oh, hook. Oh, why didn't he even say that?
Because you had to say something, because we just can't watch it. Because it's all so good.
All right, here we go. We're just not going to say anything when the ball hits the lane. He's going to emotionally react. Come on, Zachary. Good finish, my man.
223 in the books. He'll get to the right side of plus. Perry Crowell's going to be off to a nice start. One pair to our right. 236 and 245. Or 242 with his fill ball now. How about that? My goodness. Sean Wilcox, this is a show right here. That's just another guy we've, seen at events over the years. You just say wow every time, but just always fun to watch players compete like that. And mark at 290. It's going to be 108 over after two. That will certainly help the confidence at moving forward. 290, Sean Wilcox. Right here on Bull TV. All right, folks, with that, Josh Ross finishes with 167. We're ready for game three. This is the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships taking place at Gold Coast in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Aaron Smith, sitting alongside Lindenwood University Hall of Famer and devout Chicago Bears fan, Emil Williams Jr. Shout out to Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas, and Brian Houghton as well on site helping us out. So we're going to settle in for a second. So we wait for our competitors for game 3. So don't go too far. We'll be right back here on Bull TV. All right, game number 3. Ready to get underway. Let's welcome Kevin Jones, Tom Hess, past USBC Masters champion. Oh, Alec. Just so mean to start game 3. We have Alec Dudley, Ryan Dudley, and Justin Larson. Over on 45 and 46. Connor Kottke, Calvin Au, Jeff Mann, Alec Keplinger, and Jacob Gill. Two players named Dudley on the same pair. Good folks in Bowl TV land. Let us know if we got a relation here. That'd be pretty cool. We saw Cameron and Paige Peters bowling together. Pair of sisters. Competing on the same lane. So if you know, let us know. That'd be pretty cool. Russell in the chat asked if Bruce Hall is bowling this event. Bruce is in attendance, but no, his son Andrew is actually bowling. Andrew was the leader after day number 1. Thanks for that info in the chat, Brandon. Brothers. Get to cross all day, too. It's pretty awesome. Great shot there from Tom. Early double in game number 3. Caught Jeff Mann yesterday at the end of the day. Put together a great performance. Past junior gold champion and been on Junior Team USA for 2 years now. Competes at Marian University collegiately. Oh, Tommy. Be so mean. Tom Hess taking care of business, sending sticks. As soon as we get an update on scores, we will let you know. I believe I heard that Cortez Schenk 540 through 2 games. That's equivalent to a 270 average. It's pretty good.
All right, Tom Hess breaks down. Excuse me. Potential split, 4-pin. And Kevin Jones here, already with the front four, looking for 5. All right, 5 in a row for Kevin Jones here on 43. Meanwhile, Calvin Al of San Jose State is on 8-spare 3-bagger. Connor Kotke, I believe I'm saying that right. I hope I. Seen a couple of jerseys from the Illinois State Scholarship Tour. So shout out to Illinois, the ISST. I used to bowl in some events similar to it. Wasn't called that then. I believe it was the Illinois Scholarship Bowlers Tour or Illinois State Bowlers Tour, one or the other. But those type of events, those type of tours across various states really help youth bowling grow. That's how I became better, much better actually, bowling against other competition.
If there's anybody listening to the broadcast right now who is in need of a poor place kicker who continued to disappoint throughout the course of the season, please give Ryan Pace a call. Congratulations to all the good folks in the Philadelphia region on your victory. Do have scores after game number 2 available. We'll get those loaded up in just a moment. As we mentioned, Cortez Schenk at 540, Anthony Nyer at 521, Sean Wilcox with the big 290 in game 2 at 508. So 3 players already better than plus 100. Here in the early going, Wesley Lowe holds on to the overall lead. I'll get you the full rundown momentarily.
All right, Kevin Jones, 6 in a row. AJ's out here doing his thing right now. Well,
This is where we're supposed to say it's been a great season. They overperformed than, maybe we had earlier anticipated. NFC North champions. Eliminated the Packers from playoff contention while doing that. But yeah, that was a less than desirable result. But
that's desirable, though.
we still got 3 games of bowling to cover here, so.
Mm.
51 and 52, Tyrell Ingalls, 7 for 7. Matt Farber, early 5-bagger. Mason Moore's got the front 8 down on 69 and 70. On the same pair with Cortez Schenk, who has 7 out of the first 8. So it looks like a definite chance. And back-to-back days with an 800 to kick things off.
Look at Calvin Au here on 45. Saw Calvin a couple weeks back in both the Glenn Carlson Invitational and the Collegiate Shootout, the latter of which was contested right here at Gold Coast. Oh, that's got to appeal a lot. It's that one right at the bottom there. Calvin, he's got some game. Actually, a teammate of his shot 300 during the Glenn Carlson.
Austin Gilbert, I believe his name is.
I believe so.
So it looked like Cortez and Mason both had 9 spares in the 9th frame, down on 69.70. So Cortez cannot get to 800 now for his first 3. Okay, for splitting hairs, 798 still. That's still not bad. Tenth frame left to go. Farber up to 6 in a row on 63 and 64. Tyrell, his string ended at 8. So an open frame.
Shout out to Mike Flanagan. Excuse me. Appreciate you checking in, my man. Congrats to Vilio as well. Good run there from Kevin Jones. Jacob Gill just looked like he carried a 4-7. That might have been a 2-penny. That was weird. Keplinger. Silverback. Listen, oh no, that looked like it's supposed to be like a 2.79. It was something weird. I'll have to check it. But he did carry them, which is most important. He's up on 46. Oh.
So much heartbreak and pain in a short amount of time.
Come on. Kevin Jones has got a really good opportunity here to leave this pair plus overall for the day. Team no A-pin is correct. Silverback. We might have something that catches on, Aaron Smith.
The real question is, will it prevent it from happening in the future?
We'll find out. That's coming up on 60 Minutes.
An epidemic plaguing bowlers across the nation. 8 pins.
Needless to say, Jeffrey Mann only gets better.
That's true. He bowled very well on the featured pair yesterday at the end of the block. And now after a few early opens, Connor gets a hit there. He's rattled off 6 in a row. Connor can get to 201. Alec working on 3 in a row of his own.
Nicely done, by the way, Michael Flanagan. All right, 189. for Connor Keplinger, 186. Oh my goodness gracious. Stop it, A-Pin. All right, well, the Dudley brothers trying to finish it out strong here. Calvin Al made his 8-pin. Decides otherwise, doesn't want to throw that ball. He's going to make a race for it and get a different bowling ball. Meanwhile, Kevin Jones trying to max out at 279. Peel, good shot. No. Calvin Al did finish out 245. Jeff Mann wants that shot back. Important here, just make the spare. That knows the strike there. He's in the 230s. Could max it in the 240s, 247. To our left on the solid game. By the way, Matt Farber has the front 9 on 64. It's a first-time Team USA member last year. who represented the country at the Champion of Champions event. Nice shot from Tommy Hess. Tom gets a plus as well here. Actually is plus now on the day. See if Ryan Dudley can double up here as we get ready for game number 4. Day 5 tomorrow, 5th and final day. Everything on the line for all of the competitors, men and women, tomorrow. The men will start it off at 8 a.m. Pacific on a Monday morning. So some opportunity, of course, for those of you who will do work tomorrow. Head back to work, watch the trials, and let's see Tom give this one a run here. How about it, Tom? All right. 227. Matt Farber is up. And no one else is around him. And that's because looks like everyone else around him is, no, not everyone, just about complete with bowling for this game 3, of course. I saw Matt shake his head, but it's 50-50 whether he could just mean that he didn't like it. It looked like a strike from here, and then it was. .36 here for Justin Larson in front of us. Matt, of course, the national champion with McKendree last season. 11th shot. That looked like 10 back too. Because it's up on Facebook Live right now. So if you want to see Matthew's final shot, head over to Facebook Live at the Sport of Bowling USBC. Try something new today. Any front nine, we're just going live. It might be on Instagram Live too. Oh yeah, let's get those viewer numbers up on Facebook. Okay. All right, 214 for Justin Larson. 3-0-0. How about that? That's right, Waz. And we are off to game 4. All right, we welcome Austin Audi, Tyrell Ingalls, Nathan Stubler, Andre Torcorda, I beg your pardon, and Roderick Ramos. Dan Roththorn, Lance High, Michael Harmon Jr., Michael Martell, and Matthew Stevens. Congrats to Matt Farber. 300 game. I believe that's just the third 300 of the week. Shauna Strauss in the women's division had the first 300. Zach Mitchell, 300. A couple days ago, and today Matt Farber. Okay, Mike. The old back door. 1, 3, 6, 7. Tyrell Ingles minus 20 on the day. Rolls a 2-4. If you're just joining us, you are watching 2019 USBC Team USA Trials, Round 4 coverage, Men's Division. Emil Williams Jr. with Aaron Smith. We also have Brant Houghton, Matt Cannizzaro, Jason Thomas. Big thanks to Gold Coast, the host, right here in the wonderful Las Vegas. Mike Kaufman, Luis Jimenez, and everybody on the staff here. Event staff, Greg Moore, Kathy Prang, Chip and Robin Aki, Dwayne Hagan, James O'Connor, part of the Team USA staff, High Performance Director Stephen Padilla, Katie Ford also part of the Team USA staff as well. Pleased to be here with you. Getting down to it. Day 4 of 5. Tomorrow, it's all on the line. There's no do-overs after tomorrow. Where you finish is where you finish. Also have the U.S. Amateur Championship Stepladder Finals. That'll follow the women's squad tomorrow evening. I believe it's scheduled to start at approximately 7:30 Pacific time. It'll be a pretty late evening if you're watching, of course, Central and Eastern time zones. And, of course, if you're curious who will be selected to the respective teams, adult and junior Team USA, the selection process will follow the U.S. Amateur Championships. That is all tomorrow, right here on Bowl TV. So a couple of games left for these gentlemen either to make up some ground or give a little bit away. Make the job just a little bit tougher tomorrow. I just forgot about the national championship. How about that? Well, it doesn't matter for me. Baseball season's up next for me. Bears lost today, so Dunzo. I'm back on the Bryce Harper sweepstakes and Manny Machado. Don't forget, if you are just joining us, everything you need information-wise is available in the event description. That is located just below the video player. And also check out today's lane condition for the men here, day 4. .41 feet, 26.5 mils. We've seen some solid scores today. Sean Wilcox shot .290, I believe, in game number 2. And here in our featured pair, of course, Matt Farber shot .300 in game 3. That was on 63 and 64. Here is Tyrell Ingalls. Won't get the 10 to fall. Dennis, no sir. White Sox. Michael Harmon Jr., if he looks familiar to you. Saw him in the U15. Junior Gold TV show. Last summer in Dallas, was at the International Training and Bowling Research Center. It's actually the same place that hosted the PBA Hall of Fame Classic this weekend. Saw the show today. Michael finished third. He lost to eventual champion Silas Lira. Yes, sir, Dennis. That's it for me. The Bulls are a joke. I won't get into that here. We can talk about it on Twitter, though. .70 lanes here at Gold Coast. Ooh. Late on the 9 goes Austin. Quick shout to Dan Rothstorm. Always comes up to chat. Said he's been bowling team trials, I think, for 10 years.
All right, Mr. Williams, we should have some scores after 3 and a report about said scores. So Cortez Schenk is leading overall with 795, 250, 290, 255. So apparently we mentioned we're keeping an eye on live scoring. Said he left a 9 count in the 9th frame. Jason Thomas said it was the most ridiculous 5-pin he's ever seen. So that video is going to be up on the Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page momentarily. Wesley Lowe sits in second place overall, 735. Sean Wilcox continued strong after shooting 290 here on Bowl TV. He's at 733. Anthony Nyer, 708. Mason Moore, 695. Alex Aguirre, 688. Spencer Robarge, 683. Tommy McNeil, 682. TJ Rock, 678. And Nick Summer, 671. For Matt Farber, after games of 168 and 193. 300 gets him up to 661. So I'm sure that was a sizable jump in the standings for the Farbs. Total of 70 players plus at the moment. In the overall standings, Wesley Lowe, as he moved into second place overall, has helped his case. Now with 65 points, Nick Pate sits in second with 70, John Janin with 72, Solomon Salama 92. Matt Farber 107, Sean Wilcox 113, Riley Howe 123, Andrew Hall 125, Charlie Reed 127, Perry Crowell and Calvin Owl tied for 10th with 133 ranking points. Taking a quick look at live scoring. Sean Wilcox on a 290 pace once again. Bowling on the same pair as Cortez Schenk. That's 61 and 62.
Oh! Nate Stubler's been pretty solid here in game 4. Southpaw bowls collegiately at St. Ambrose. The pickup from Lance High. Heard Aaron read off some scores. Cortez Shank 795 for the first three here today. A shot there by Andre Cortez, 2018 U.S. Amateur Champion. Both adult and junior team USA. Wesley Lowe, 735, second on the day against Sean Wilcox, 733 in third. Anthony Nyer also shot 700. He shot 708. Overall standings, Wesley Lowe with 65 points. Leading the way, Nicholas Pate is second, again with 70 points. John Janowitz is third with 72. And Solomon Salama, fourth with 92 points. Matt Farber Farber is fifth. With 107. one spot out of an automatic bid to Team USA. Curious about the amateur standings. Wesley Lowe, John Janowitz, Solomon Salama. That's your 1, 2, 3 in the U.S. Amateur, where there Matt Farber is actually fourth there. Still one spot out of the stepladder finals. As mentioned in the chat, Sean Wilcox, his second 290 game today. Of course, already third on the squad, and overall is sixth. Tomorrow is going to be very fun. So after a rough start for Tecorda, strike here and he'll have an opportunity to go plus this game. Get to 202. Donovan, that's a pretty good list. I'll admit I'm not completely sure who all is in the class of 2019 right now collegiately, so I'll say that. But nonetheless, that's a grand list right there. All right, 191.
board, in board. Is it 20? Is it 5?
.205 for Austin Audi as Dan Rothstorn finishes things up. And joining us for game 5, but we'll get him in a little early. He's been watching both squads, both men and women, compete all week. From Ebonite International, Rob Gottschall.
How are you, Emil?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
Not too bad. Feet are a little sore. Been some long days, but got to see a lot of good bowling, a lot of youth talent out there.
It is quite the spectacle. Last year was my first year at Team USA trials, and I didn't realize how many youth bowlers actually competed. And that number seems to be, I don't know if it grew this year technically. It seems like it may have. But the overall talent level, tremendous.
Yeah, I mean, Junior Gold is obviously the largest youth tournament in the world, but Team USA trials, the US Amateur, it's really the elite in the upper age bracket of the youth demographic is coming out here competing. The college bowlers, even the younger ones. I mean, we've got several U15 Junior Gold champions in the field. But yeah, it's quite impressive. The average age of the field, I believe, does decrease each year of the tournament.
190 for Tyrell Ingalls. One of those players who will fall into that category of top-level youth talent. 201 for Roderick Ramos. Nathan Stubler to try to finish out what potentially could be a 258 game. 200, meanwhile, for Michael Martell. Dan Rothstorn finished with 172 on 45 and 46. Lands high already with the first in the 10th. All right, good shot there for Stubler. Let's check out where Nathan is in the standings. This will be a big boost for him. 59th so far today. Plus 10, of course, you can see on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably going to jump up about 30 spots in the standings, roughly.
Yeah, and
20
he's
to 30.
28th overall, too, which is not bad.
No.
Considering he's he's got 194 points. He's 100 points out of 4th at the moment with essentially 8 games left, if you think about it in that regard. Another big shot, so he's in the 250s. Talk about some more scores in just a second. That's a spare made by Matthew Stevens. I don't want to jump too far ahead with Rob here. I want to make sure we don't have any long delays as we begin our game 5. Kareem Terry, that's a good point in the chat. Nice shot, great game. 257 for Nathan. It's no wonder St. Ambrose is extremely good this year. They've been pretty good for a while and kind of on that cusp of, making that program changing turn, if you will. And this year seems to be that year.
Yeah, a lot of talent running through the St. Ambrose program. They just continue to build it and just waiting for that opportunity to get over the hump and, possibly make a TV show or make a run at the Helmer Cup.
All right, competition complete on 43 and 44. Kareen said, if you, in Kareen's opinion, if you want to know if your game is up to par as a youth bowler, this is the tournament you want to go to. I would say that's pretty spot on. Obviously, junior gold, you're competing against other players in your age bracket or age level, and still gives you more than worthy competition. But certainly, this opportunity provides a look at from every level. Obviously, the professional level, where you are next to some of the upper echelon players. Can you make adult team? You know, if you're out to make junior team, hey, you're out to make the opportunity for the U.S. Amateur Championship. So there's really a lot for the youth players to potentially achieve here at this event.
Yeah, there's a ton of opportunity. A few differences from junior gold. They're bowling more games of qualifying.
That's a good point.
You know, I mean, they bowl 4 games, 4 different centers. This week we're bowling, 6 games over 5 days, so 30 total games in one center. Good variance of patterns. But yeah, as you grow and you compete on that junior gold stage, you continue to make that cut, maybe make the match play and get in here. This is the next step to test your skill against the elite, and also showcase yourself, in front of some of the other bowlers as well as the Team USA coaches and other industry people that are around.
Certainly, Team USA staff, the coaching staff, has been out all week watching, paying attention. Other coaches from the collegiate realm also here have used as recruiting opportunity. Be sure to check that story out, actually. Matt Cannizzaro spoke with several coaches and talked about that aspect of this event. That's over on bowl.com. Got some new players for Game 5. Julian Michael Salinas, Brandon Bonta, Joshua Pate, Dio Bernard, and Anthony Nyer on 43 and 44. Jonathan Lovett, Jacob Kirsten, Jacob Nimps, Dean Vargo, and Trent Mitchell on 45 and 46. All right, Rob. Today's pattern, 41 feet, 26.55 milliliters. You saw it this morning, of course, with the women. You see this squad with the men. Just kind of grand scheme, what has the pattern presented and where have the players tended to try to perform at their best, if you will?
Yeah, this morning with the women, we were thrown for, I wouldn't say a little bit of a curveball or anything, but the back ends were a little crispier than I thought they were going to be. So players were, shelling down. There were still a lot of players trying to use surface, and it wasn't necessarily the right or wrong thing to do, but as the games went on, you had to get out of that surface a lot quicker. The women, much more than the men, they play the lanes a lot more consistently. From person to person, the men's side, we got urethane going down the lane from multiple angles. We got a fair amount of players started to the left with a lot of angle. And I think a lot of the reason that the angle came into play is I call what's kind of the little hump theory. There's a little hump around 10 down the lane. And if your ball gets right of 10 in the wrong spot, it's like it has to go up a hill, but it can't get up the hill. And then if you're left of it, and you're too square up the lane, it comes off it too much. So you kind of have to get left and when I say throw it into that hill so it almost gets to the peak and then it comes right down. So that forced a lot of people left with their feet. And the right-handers that we see scoring this squad predominantly have been the ones that started a little bit further left. I know I was watching Team USA member Chris Vai down there a little bit ago. He had said he trapped himself a little too far to the right. Matt Farber did the same thing, kind of got a little trapped too far right at the arrows. Then he made the big jump left, bolt 300 game 3 to kind of get himself back in the standings. The left side on this pattern is playing fairly well. Young Anthony Nyer here, former junior low champion, he bowled 270, 240 out of the gate. We're getting ready to see him here on lane 44. Wesley Lowe's 140 over. Both of them been throwing urethane predominantly. There's a little bit of friction here on the gutter this week. That was taken away from them a little bit yesterday with the 45-foot oil, but 3 of the 4 days that the left's kind of been able to use that friction in the front and on the left side of the lane to their advantage and control the pocket well. While scoring can get a little bit high in terms, when you still go down the list, I always like to see where even is, and then how it is relative to the field. I was just, before I came on with you, I was just looking at the standings, and 69th place after 3 games was even. Well, that basically roughly tells me a third of the field is averaging 200. So your target score is still somewhere in the 210, 220, 220 max. You don't need to be looking for 250s out there. So 210, 220, find some doubles, fill your frames. It's still about controlling the pocket. These patterns aren't easy. With 180-some players in the field, there's always going to be people that crush them. It's just the way it is. I mean, there's too much talent, too many good bowlers, and people just have good days. So no matter what, somebody's going to have high scores. But with this point system and everything, when I competed in this tournament, I always tried to say, average a top 20 every day, you're going to be where you want to be at the end of the tournament. So if you finish 10th one day, that means you got a 30th place finish another, and you're
right.
always trying to average 20. That 100-point number is a lock, a lock to make the team. And as you get into the junior numbers and all that, it does go down, but that was always a nice goal I had coming in, which is basically trying to make the top 10% of the field every time. Because you're not going to win. It's individual sport. Tiger Woods, I say it all the time, Tiger Woods is one of the greatest individual athletes of all time, and even in his prime when he was winning all those golf tournaments, he still only won 1 out of every 3 he played.
Joined in the booth by Rob Gotcho of Ebonite International. Rob, I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
And I'm not ashamed to ask it because I feel like I should know it, and I thought I knew it, but I hear people say it differently. And so when you hear enough people say it differently, then you start questioning your own thing. So I'm going to ask you, what is the correct pronunciation of your last name?
Gotcho.
Okay.
Basically gotcha with 2 L's.
Okay. I mean, I thought I was good, but
yeah,
I've heard some folks almost like kind of hang on the ga. Oh no, the gotcha.
Yeah. Well, and some people do it out of fun, and then it catches on with other people. But
okay. I just had to make sure we were.
Oh, no problem.
You got a few folks that said hello to you also.
Hello to everyone in the chat.
Sean Walkner had some good things to say about you. I don't know why, but he did.
Yeah, Sean up at Wisconsin Whitewater, another collegiate coach doing some good things up there with that program. Got one of his players right here,
yep,
Joshua Pate.
All right, so I do want to hit on a topic, and it's a common topic, especially now. Considering where we are as far as bowling goes, and it's urethane. And it's very common across the spectrum. In your estimation, and you have seen bowling on every level for several years now, youth, collegiate, professional, when and perhaps how did urethane kind of make this comeback, quote unquote, and why is it so effective, do you think?
I think there's a few things. That the main one is power. As the game continues to get more and more powerful, the average rev rate of the younger kids and the more elite players, it continues to rise. We go way back and we think when Mark Roth,
right?
Nobody hooked it more than Mark Roth way back in the day, and I don't even know if Mark Roth was 400, 450, comparatively. And now,
sure.
We're measuring people at 450 average, 500. There's people in the 550s. And so, obviously, when your ball's rotating, that amount of speed, its response to friction, even though there's oil on the lane, it's going to be early, it's going to be often, and it's going to be aggressive. So urethane is basically designed to play the front of the lane. And so it's creating control to where, let's say in the 90s and 2000s, when the lanes were dry, you had to manipulate your hand because just they were so dry. You had to either throw it over the front. You could see people from different generations. Junior Team USA coach Brian O'Keefe lofts it over the front of the lane. Grew up in upstate New York. Wood lanes, had to throw it over the front. Another thing, a lot of these kids, they're growing up on synthetics. They've never even bowled on wood.
That's a good point.
Allows you to get it in the lane sooner. They just hit it in a different way. But it really creates control to where they don't have to manipulate their rev rate and rotation with the urethane ball because it's not going to change direction off the friction like a reactive resin ball. So there's pros and cons to it, kind of, which side of the fence you want to be on, if it's a good thing or a bad thing. But it's a state of the game we're in, and it's a tool that on the elite level, everybody should probably have one in their bag.
Good shot there from Trent Mitchell. Seeing some different angles being played on this pattern too.
Yeah, definitely. The straighter players can still play them straight. Yeah, there's enough volume on the lane. You said 26 mils of oil. There is a fairly decent characteristic to this house. The front of the lane does hook quite a bit. More so on the high end of the building, but they're also much tighter down lane, which can correlate to more hook in the front, acting like they're tighter down lane on the high end, and then the low end just seems to hook more overall. But that hump I was talking about earlier kind of does allow you to play right of it. In my opinion, you have to be a little more perfect to play out there. But generally, the people that are out there have the little lower rev rate. They're more comfortable playing straight. But as the lanes develop, what we call the cliff, the oil starts to pile up to the left, and so you create a little hook and a little hold. Well, you get a couple boards down the lane, and you can throw a few more strikes.
This is game 5 of 6. We've got Rob for the entire game. We appreciate him joining us. We were trying to make this thing happen for the whole week.
Yeah, a couple days ago, then you guys had some technical difficulties.
We did have some TDs, and all is well. Big thanks to the IT staff here at Gold Coast and the tournament staff in general.
Gold Coast has been a great host this week. I'll tell you, very appreciative of the tournament being here. Everybody, asked if you're enjoying yourself. The Asian restaurant downstairs, the rumor is Ping Pang Pong. It is the best Asian restaurant in Las Vegas. I've now been there 3 consecutive nights.
It is very good.
And it's lived up to it.
It is very good. I'm trying to remember. I haven't had a chance to get down there this year, or this week, I should say. But last year at team trials, I came over here from New Orleans to try it out, and it was very good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got my Uber from the airport and told him where I was going. He goes, "Oh, you going to Ping Pang Pong?" I said, "No, well, yeah, I will, but I'm actually staying there this week for the bowling tournament." So.
Jonathan Lovett, he shot 300 at the Glenn Carlson Invitational a couple weeks ago at South Point. And actually has 2 300s in the collegiate season. He competes for Pikeville. So the collegiate aspect, speaking of that, I'm curious kind of your role with collegiate programs, obviously with Ebonite and Sean, for example, with Wisconsin Whitewater. he gave you some props. So how do you kind of incorporate what you do with the collegiate realm?
Yeah, it's part of my job responsibility with the company is I do oversee all of our collegiate sponsorships. When I was given my role 4.5 years ago, it was a major emphasis to be more active and aware in the youth market, and I wasn't fortunate enough to compete in college growing up, but I was around the game a lot growing up in Nebraska, around a lot of people, around the college program, and I thought it was very important to not only support that part of our game, but to, from a company's marketing perspective as well, support the kids and the future of our game. And when I started, we had 4 programs. We are now over, I think we have 47 programs now, 60-some teams when you include men and women. And, all various different levels. Our company's based in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. We reached out to basically every school in Kentucky that has a collegiate bowling program, wanted to partner with them, do something with them, just, to support our local community and stuff as well. So there's all different, areas and degrees to it. But, at the end of the day, we're also competing. And when our teams and players win national championships, we feel a part of it, and we want them to be part of our team, and we want to win those national championships just like them. We got the same goals as them.
If you're just joining us, we are in the booth with Rob Gottschall from Ebonite International. I know he's got an extremely long title and wears multiple hats.
Yeah, it's gotten shorter. It used to be real long. Now it's just marketing manager of players and performance.
Okay. We get a chance to see Rob quite often at various events, and very, very thankful for not only Rob, but a lot of the ball reps who we get a chance to interact with from every company, who often are very generous with their time and then also share their insight about what's happening, because more times than not, obviously, outside of the players, because they're kind of that second level of defense, if you will.
Yeah, and whether we're tour reps or employees of companies, sure, in the grand scheme of things, yes, we are competing against each other. But in my opinion, and I know a lot of other people in the industry echo it as well, we have to hold hands and do things together and support the sport, grow the sport, and those type of things. So, the tour reps especially, you become like a small little fraternity. You're seeing these people on the road 10, 12, 13, 14 weeks in a row, and you take your logo off and you go enjoy some, lunches together. Jim Callahan and I have seen a couple hockey games, seen a couple baseball games together, and it's there's still a camaraderie there, even though we are working for competing companies. But at the same time, we all have the same goal and aspirations in mind. Mike Devaney's here for Storm this week working. We've had numerous conversations this week, from about the players to the game to the event, to just talking about it all. So, we're in this together while we're doing different things and being separate from each other. We still have to do this together.
Brandon Bonta has mustered up 4 in a row. A young, talented player from Wichita, Kansas. He and his high school teammate, Gabe Alvarez, both competing this week. Rob talked about Anthony Nyer well earlier. There you see Anthony. What strikes you, stands out about, Anthony, for example, but a lot of the players that you see? What are some of the common items? So essentially, if you were to give some advice to, some youth players, what are some of the commonalities that you see from those of the upper echelon, if you will?
Well, I think there's a few different things. One, the youth is more prepared and knowledgeable than ever before. When I grew up in the game of bowling, there was no internet. If you wanted to
You're old.
watch, or I am old, but if you wanted to watch and you wanted to learn, you went to the bowling center, or you had to watch the PBA or PWBA on TV. Now, these guys, they have access to YouTube. I mean, there's apps. I mean, I use it on my iPad all the time to break down someone's game. They're just able to advance, so much more quickly. Another thing that I think is a big thing is they come in here with confidence. The ones that have made Junior Team USA and are close to that Team USA, they're not scared at all. I mean, we can even go to some of the younger ones, the Solomon Salama, Spencer Robarge. When Cameron Doyle was that first young one that kind of came onto the scene at the U.S. Open, getting a check at 14,
right.
wasn't it? Something like that. Cashing his first regional at 12, or some crazy number. But there's more and more young players that are doing these things. Obviously it costs money to get experience, but they're competing more than ever before. I mean, there's youth tours all over the country, by state, by region. And they're just having access to competition, each other. I think social media helps them. They have a friends network.
Right.
So they're not just competing this week. There's a whole social side to it. I walk up and down this concourse all day long, and I see a kid from Michigan hanging out with a kid from California and another one from Kansas, and without these events and without social media, I don't think those relationships get formed the way they do, and they stay in touch. But then at the same time, I go back to what I said, then they learn from each other. But yeah, the confidence thing is what really shook me the first time that I bowled this event when the youth really started bowling was they weren't scared. I mean, when I first bowled some of my big events, I won't say they don't have some nerves, but it was different. To them, I think this is their event, and the adults are bowling in it. But it's impressive, and I rode the elevator down with a young man. I don't know his name, but I just knew he was a bowler, and I just said, "Hey, how's your week going?" On the way down the elevator before this block, and he's like, "I'm not bowling well, but I'm learning a lot." And I followed it up with, "What are you learning?" He said, "I'm not as mentally good as I thought I was." And I thought that was a big step for, I'm going to put him in the 16, 17 age category. But for him to be aware of that and acknowledge it and understand where he needs to grow, that's a big thing. And obviously when we're talking about any youth, controlling emotions is a hard thing to do. It takes time to be patient and just keep everything under control. There's going to be goods and there's going to be bads in every block, but it's like a roller coaster. The more even keel you can keep that and keep it like a kiddie coaster, per se. Your highs aren't going to be too high, your lows aren't going to be too low, but if you're riding that emotional wave over and over and over, it's going to wear on you, which then can lead to poor execution or poor decision making.
And it's one of those things sometimes where you don't really realize it's wearing on you.
No.
But, that's one of those when you get done bowling, you say you're exhausted but not tired.
Yeah.
Which to me is a little different. Because when you're exhausted, you can be mentally exhausted, which just takes you out.
Yeah. And you can even flip the script to talk about the parents and the coaches in the back, too. They have to be emotionally under control as well. A lot of these people are here with someone. They're not old enough. They're not here by themselves. They're here with a family member or a coach, a group of people. So when something's going bad or good, the first thing they do when they turn around, they don't look at their fellow competitors. They're looking at somebody behind them in the back. And if your emotions are down or too excited, then they can feed off that. So I'm not saying it needs to be a library in here or anything, but at the same time, they feed off of their support system as well.
Good conversation with Rob Gottschall from Heaven Knights. Dio Bernard now with 4 in a row. Let's take a look and see if what we have on the most recent score update, if it's available as of yet. I think it is.
Yes. The top 7 are all in the youth category. Even though Sean Wilcox is a professional, he is a young lad. I think I heard that Sean joined. I know he's bowling in Lubbock and then Columbus, and I believe they're member-only events. And he's been bowling a lot of regionals down in Florida.
How about that? That's good info. I tell you what, I'm a fan.
Sean throws it good. I met Sean for the first time. We bowled the Tournament of Americas for Team USA 5 years ago, somewhere in there. I can't remember the year exactly, but he bowled on the U15 team, and I was like, man, this kid's 14 years old, throws it like that. I was impressed from the get-go.
A couple of 290s today. Viewers saw one. It's on Bowl TV early. So Sean Wilcox leading the way. 10-23 for 4. Not to be outdone completely. Cortez Shank 10-19 for 4. A 1-pin difference. 255.75 for Sean, 254.75 for Cortez. Wesley Lowe is third at 941 for 4, and average of 235.25. Mason Moore having a good day from Midland. 926 for 4. Anthony Nyer fifth, 917. These are daily standings we're reading. Of course, be sure to check those out. The event links, or the links, excuse me, are in the event description below the video player. So some good days from a lot of people. Let's take a look now at the overall standings, and John Janowitz back atop the leaderboard with 60 points. Wesley Lowe is second at 66. Nicholas Pate is third at 69, and Solomon Salama fourth at 76. Sean Wilcox back all the way up to fifth, and has tied Matthew Farber at 111 points. Charlie Reed is seventh at 117 points. Perry Crowell is in the mix here. He's eighth at 126 points. Andrew Hall is ninth. He led after the first day with 128 points. And Matt Russo is 10th at 130 points. Of course, it's all shaping up, and going to be ironed out tomorrow because it's going to be a very good day. So you bowled this event. Talk to me about how you handled the final day.
To me, the final day is the best day. There's a few different variables the first 4 days. You're on a random cross with different individuals. The final day, the entire field is reshuffled by position. So, the top 5 players in the standings are going to be on the same pair. The next 5 are on the pair to the right. Then the third set of 5 are on the pair to the left. So you have the top 15 players in the overall standings all in a 3-pair stretch right next to each other. And then, when you get into the 20th, the 25th, everybody's within visual of each other. I think there's also an advantage to that. As a player, not really an advantage, but you're able to understand what everyone's doing. You're able to catch up to things quicker. If John Janowitz is bowling really well and, Nick Pate's struggling one block, just using 2 names that are in the top 3 in the overall right now. But if they're half the house away crossing the same direction, they will actually never see each other bowl. So if you want to know, well, why is JJ 120 over and I'm even?
Right.
You got to either have someone help you or go down and watch, or you got to try to find time between games if you got a little break to go down and check it out. But on the final day, it's happening right in front of you. So you see some strategy between players of, well, I'm going to get left to him first, or I'm going to ball down first, and then they follow suit. You're still playing your game, and you got to beat the lane before you can beat anybody else. But as you're always trying to look for information in this sport. When it comes, we have an invisible playing field, so the more information you have, the better. But once all the good I said that wrong. Once all the players at the top of the standings are grouped together, then, all that information is then right in front of you. Another cool thing is the crowds begin to bunch up behind those pairs because, their friends, their family, you'll see more of the college girls up here supporting their teammates,
right,
or friends. It gets a little louder on that. It's like all of a sudden it's real. The end is coming, and there's something to play for. It's just a different atmosphere. The day 5 of this thing is a completely different atmosphere.
And that's we tried to describe that basically, and it's kind of like match play. Where, when you've reached match play, qualifying is qualifying, but match play is just different, right? It's very similar to that. As soon as we walk in tomorrow, we just kind of take a look at, facial expressions, and it's like this is game time. People are going to be ready to go.
You'll see a lot more isolation, especially players in the top 20, top 30. A lot more isolation of themselves, listening to music, getting their pregame ready. Those players I will almost guarantee, be the first ones in the center in the morning. As you spread out and go towards the ends, the bottom of the city, you'll see a little more socializing, a little, just people enjoying the rest of the week. But yeah, it's game on, and you have an understanding. The leaderboard never bothered me when I competed, so I always kind of wanted to know where I stood. So you kind of have an idea of where you are in relation to each person. This event is unique with the point system based on finish. So if we'll just use for example right now, there's a 35 pin gap between 4th and 5th, or I'm sorry, 35 point gap between 4th and 5th. Well, if I know that coming in to tomorrow, if that gap stays the same and I'm in 4th position, well, that guy has to be a 1, and I have to finish 36 for him to even tie me.
Right.
So there can be some strategy to how you attack the lanes. You don't have to necessarily look for score.
The risk-reward scenario, okay.
But then also that guy that's 35 back, he's got to probably have his foot on the gas just a little more. I mean, you still got to be patient early. Generally, in bowling and these events, you don't get the base majority of your pins early. You generally can get them a little late. Now, there are people that bowl well in the fresh, but you'll see the bigger scores usually happen as the pattern develops. It breaks down a little bit. But that guy's got to be a little bit more aggressive because he does need to finish at the top. Now, the automatic 3 make it. We got the USA, and there's so many different scenarios, and then you're trying to put yourself in position for one of those at-large selections as well. So there's a whole new mental side that comes in tomorrow, and I mean, you'll see people on their phones as soon as the scores update, trying to calculate, understand things.
4-pin there for Brandon Bonta. We've got some pretty decent scores here. And some opportunity for players to finish strong. Game 5 of 6. As we watch Jonathan Lovett. 210. Jonathan in at about, that ball looked to be 22-ish. At the arrows, you've seen Trent Mitchell, who's looking to play him a little straighter toward the outside. And so I give you the example of multiple angles. That ball a little closer to the track from Dean Vargo. Julian Michael Salinas get to 237 here. And I'll bring him a little closer to plus. He'll have a game left.
I got to compliment you on how well you do with the names. At least I think you do well. Whether you get them right or wrong, I think you do, they just roll off your tongue like that for saying them for the first time.
You know, it's funny that I get that often, and yes, sometimes they may or may not be correct.
But you don't
got to say it with
hesitate.
confidence.
You're confident.
You got to say it with confidence. I will say, though, honestly, one thing he said after Julian Michael, push. And no love there for Julian. I will say that one of the early things I learned, kind of wanting to be a broadcaster, was you must learn names and pronunciations. And so I try to do the best that I can. It's a little difficult sometimes within our sport because sometimes you just don't have all the backstory, the information, and the prep sometimes. But thankfully, Bowl TV, the viewers, we often ask, hey, if someone knows how to say it properly, drop it in the chat. But there are some that just going to get you.
Yeah,
it just happens. So how do you finish this block, Rob? It's this game 5. You're watching these two pairs here, 43-44, 45-46. Mentally, it looks like Trent Mitchell's got a pretty good look from what he's doing, and it looks like no one else is kind of doing what he's doing either. So mentally, kind of how do you transfer what you're seeing? Obviously, it's different from pair to pair, but
Trent's in the minority of how he's playing the lanes right now. He's playing to the right. The majority of the field's to the left. So if I'm Trent, I'm going to the next pair. I like my ball reaction. You just gotta focus on execution. Stay humble, post your shot. Really, just keep it simple. I mean, that's the biggest thing. You see a lot of emotion following shots, after shots. You see some of the men get upset, but the way I always say it is, once you let go of it, it's over. You can't run after it and get it. The bad shots happened or the bad breaks, you got to come back and you got to get ready for the next shot. Because if you're not fully prepared for the next shot, you're giving your competition an advantage because there's other people that are prepared for their next shot.
I had a quick question that I want to get in if we can. It goes back to our urethane from Erica Cargagente. And it goes, you think we're at a point where someone could compete using urethane exclusively, which I think we probably are at that point. And I think you would probably maybe know someone who...
Yeah, I mean, they're exclusively is a tough word, but I would predominantly, yes, we're at that point. I mean, we could name a few players: Jesper Svensson, Jacob Buttroff. Jacob started with urethane on the show. If anybody watched the PBA show today, at the commercial break, he actually switched to resin. Talking to Matua Rep team thereafter, he was just a little uncomfortable starting with it at the start of the day because it's just something he doesn't do very often. So yes, I think we're there to where, Wesley Lowe, one of our staff players, been working with him. I'm even watching Anthony Nyer this week. They can bowl with resin. They're both very good with resin bowls. But if you can play the outside with the urethane ball and control the pocket with the power they have, they throw pins around like it looks like popcorn, the pins flying around. It's almost becoming a go-to for a vast majority of players. But yes, there are some people out there that's 90% of what they do and what they use.
214 for Salinas. Dio Bernard. I had one come from way downtown. It looked like he was throwing urethane too.
Yeah, and I mean, I can speak on the Jacob thing a little more. You know,
Sure.
when we start a 6-ball arsenal for him, or tell him to, or ask him to show up to an event with 6-ball arsenal, right now that arsenal includes 3 purple hammers, 2 black hammers, and a black widow urethane. And if it's a PBA event, we obviously have the truck. And if those don't work, we'll drill the resin balls, you know. But to take up that space on the plane or whatever, let's bring the wheelhouse and we'll, you know, we'll fit in the other pieces if we
Right.
got to fit in the other pieces.
That makes complete sense.
But it's just like anybody else. You have to understand your game. And if that's where your game's at, you know, we can talk the same way about the other balls. There's many bowlers out there that don't necessarily like the asymmetrical balls with the big cores just because they rev up so fast. So you got a lot of guys that like to throw symmetrical often. I'm personally one of those that are somewhat in that category of I would rather oversurface a symmetrical ball just because I like to see the way it shapes. I like the way it retains. The big cores bog down for me quite a bit. So that's just a preference of mine. So when I would show up at an event, yeah, I'll have a few ASIMs in there just to fit in, but you know, that do certain things. But you know, I would come with a very well-balanced symmetrical arsenal. And while yes, the cover stock is completely different, there is some similar theories to that.
Jacob Kirsten on 46. Strike will give him 232 out of the Wichita State program. Anthony Nyer working on a 3-bagger here. He's got a double already in the 10th, and he'll settle for 225. Been impressed with Nyer since we saw him with Junior Go, really since his U12 win. Aaron and I were talking, and one of the good things about where we are with our youth, the youth talent and the amount of events and programs that are available is you get to see them grow from a very young age into whatever their goals are. But, you know, many now we'll see from age 10 to, you know, the PBA or PWBA Hall of Fame or something like that.
The exposure and I bowled this event for, I believe, 5 consecutive years. I haven't bowled the last 3 events since the last time it was here, but I've got to know a lot of the younger players, and I sit here and think I feel like I've seen them for so long. Some of them still aren't even 21 yet.
It's odd.
But again, it's awareness and it's exposure, and we're getting to know them. You know, you see them walk in, you're like, hey, there's Anthony Nyer, you know. Been on multiple TV shows.
Yep.
And as he continues to evolve his career, and when he gets ready to take that next step to the PBA, he's going to be more prepared than a lot because he's already had some of that experience under the lights. I'll tell folks, the Junior Gold shows are no different than a PBA or PWBA show. The commercial breaks are the same, the lighting's the same. You know, that experience, while yes, you're competing in that event, that experience will mean so much more down the road, whether it be you just thinking about your youth bowling career 25 years later, or you making your first PBA telecast, you know, 10 years later. You will draw on that experience. And it's fun to watch. Yeah, I've been at the TV shows a couple of times for Junior Gold. And I'll go back to what I said earlier about they're not scared. I mean, Solomon Slumber bowled 299 on national television.
He did, against Anthony Nyer. And Anthony Nyer came back this year at U20 and had the front 9 in the championship match.
Said, I'm not losing this year.
All complete on 43 and 44. Jacob Mintz, 169. Kirsten, 231. Trent Mitchell, 202. Dean Vargo, 183. Jonathan Lovett, 166. That'll do it for our featured pairs. We've got some bowling going on 47 and 48, so we'll mosey on over while we have a few frames left. And then for our final question and time with Rob, I'll go a little personal because I've been through it recently. How's that wedding planning going?
It's going. We're hot and heavy right now in the wedding planning. That's our official wedding's in April. Then it's going to be a small little family wedding, nothing too big, and then we're going to have a friends and family get together in May around the Memorial Day holiday. But yeah, it's stressful. A lot of decision making, a lot of back and forth opinions. But no, we're enjoying it.
I was going to say, try to enjoy it, though.
Yeah, and thinking big picture, it's we're not ones that we want to spend a fortune on it. But we want to be able to remember it and cherish it for a long time. So yeah, it's we're 4 months away. It's crazy.
Go by quick, man.
Yeah. Yes, it will.
It's going to go by quick.
Yeah, I got a lot of travel coming up January, February, March before it all happens. So about on the road a couple weeks each month. So.
By the way, on this pair, Dallas Leong shot 211. Alex Aguirre, 178. You're watching Wesley Lowe. He's on the left lane on 47. John Ray Ferrer, is just shot 159. And we'll have Dakota Solanka to finish things out here. What is on your schedule, Rob? Very curious.
I'm going home from here. I'll be home for just a little under a week. Then we start our annual winter seminar series.
Okay.
We go on the road, talk to pro shops, customers. The company does it for 3 weeks. I'm doing it for 2 out of the 3. So my first swing close to home in Nashville, then go to Dallas and Houston and mix in the Chris Paul event, which is always a pretty cool thing to, kind of hang with the celebs for one night.
You got some status?
Yeah, I don't know if I got the status, but it's just cool to be around them. They're normal people too.
Sure.
Well, whether it's TV or whatever, we put them on this pedestal as superstar athletes. You get to know people like Chris Paul and Mookie Betts. They're normal guys, and they want to have fun. And so then I come back home for a week. Then I go on the West Coast, Southern Cal, Arizona, back here in Las Vegas for a seminar. Then I'll be at 2 majors in February, the Tournament of Champions on the PBA Tour, and then the Players Championship. Back home for a couple weeks, and then we go to Detroit for the World Series of Bowling for 2 weeks, and then right back here at the Gold Coast for the USBC Masters.
Masters is here indeed.
At the end of March,
yep,
correct?
Yep. So there's a Masters, and from a USBC perspective, we'll also have the Senior Queens here at Gold Coast. So we'll be here a couple more times.
And then we'll be back in the summer for the Women's U.S. Open.
Saying the U.S. Women's Open will be down the way at Texas Station.
In the basement.
There it is. That was my first time. We were there 2 years ago. I think for the opening event in 2016 is my first time there. So Solanka finishes with 202, and Game 5 is over, and Rob Gotto's time is up, sir.
All right.
Want to thank you.
Thank you for having me.
It had been a while, I guess, huh? Probably since the PWA tour. We chatted like
it's
this.
always good to get in here and chat with you a little bit.
It's a pleasure, sir. Thank you for sharing your time and your info.
No problem. Thanks, Emil.
That is Rob Gatto from Ebonite International. Game 6 on the way. Back with you live here on Bowl TV.
All right, folks, as we settle into game number 6, I want to thank Rob Gottschall for sitting in with Emil for game number 5. Certainly appreciate it, Rob. Former Team USA member. Eagle winner at the Open Championships. Certainly appreciated all the insight offered. So while Emil was kind enough to give me the game off, Did find out some pretty interesting information concerning our tournament leader, Cortez Schenk. Just concerning his lane play throughout the day. So over the course of our 5 games leading up to this, as we see Mason Moore getting left, getting a little airtime there, is that predominantly we saw players kind of starting the track and just move left pretty quick on this 41-foot pattern over the course of the day. Really didn't see urethane. Apparently Cortez on his way to that 795 start and averaging better than 250 for his first 4 was actually using urethane, playing a fairly tight line right around the track area. Obviously, it worked out pretty well, 795. An awesome start, but in Game 4, he actually crossed with Sean Wilcox. As we mentioned, Sean shot his second 290 of the day. So when Cortez made the move to game number 5, urethane finally wasn't doing what it was supposed to anymore. Kind of fought through the first 4 frames, elected to make a bulk change, moved into about where he's at now. I guess he took 1 shot, he kind of figured out. Then he threw like the last 6 to get to 240 that game. So we're used to seeing the normal progression for right-handers over the course of a block. They start somewhere, move left, ball change here and there. Cortez stayed in 1 zone. It was gone, and then he just skipped like 3 zones to get back into his striking ways. So, and it only took 1 shot too, after switching to reactive. Saw that reaction off the sheet. So now we're fortunate enough to see Cortez lead the way and lead the squad here for day number 4. He's going to be joined on 45 and 46 by Kai Yamada. He's up on 46. Clifford Baltazar looking to clean up the 6-pin on 45. Brian Eaton and, as we mentioned, Mason Moore. Mason at plus 100 today. Over on 43 and 44, we have Michael Duran at plus 40. Adam Zimmerman at plus 81. He's a member of Junior Team USA in 2018. Jordan Monins at minus 142. Max Roars, plus 26. And Ryan Winters at plus 15. All right, folks, just got an update on scores through Game 5. As we mentioned, Cortez in the 240s last game to retake the lead. Now sits at 1264 for his 5 games. Sean Wilcox, 201 in Game 5, so that means he's just due for another 290 next game, 1224. David Hooper Jr. had a big 268 last game to move to 1146 and hop into 3rd place. Anthony Nyer in 4th, 1142. Double J, the Hall of Famer, John Janowitz, has had a steady day, 211, 221, 214, 232, and 246 for 1124. Wesley Lowe at 1123. Charlie Reed, 1120. Perry Crowell, the 4th, 1117. And Solomon Salama and Nate Stubler at 1115. Rounds out your top 10. And in the overall standings for the day, or not for the day, we just did the day, for the whole thing. Current leader with 1 game left to go here in round 4, John Janowitz, 55 ranking points. He's followed by Solomon Salama with 63 ranking points. Wesley Lowe, 69. Nick Pate, 79. Charlie Reed, 103. Sean Wilcox, 112. Riley Howe, 117. Matt Farber, 119. Matt Russo, 120. And Perry Crowell with 126. Your current top 10. That information for you good folks. We had a guest last game. We're going to bring in another guest to Bowl TV. We mentioned his name quite a few times over the course of our introductions. He's part of our, officially a part of our marketing team, but this week has been offering a whole bunch of help and doing a lot of cool things on social media. If you follow the PWBA Tour, you may know him as the Giveaway Guru. But the name his mother gave him, Brant. Brant, how?
Aaron, it's a pleasure to be here. Everybody watching at home on Bowl TV, thanks for having me. Make sure to go follow US Bowling Congress on Instagram. As Aaron mentioned, we've been doing a ton of cool stuff. A lot of cool things going on out on the lanes this week. Today, a lot of big scores. There is a youth movement going on right now. So there's a lot of young kids, as Rob Gottschall said last game, they're not afraid out there on the lanes. They're bowling fearless right now, and it's been fun covering it, and they make it pretty easy to get some good shots and do some cool things. So it's been fun.
Well, that's excellent, Brent. Glad, once again, glad you've been able to help us out, kind of as a young gentleman yourself, kind of be able to take in that perspective. But this is your team trials debut.
It is. I mean, I've been at USBC now. This is going to be my 3rd year. But first team trials that I've actually attended, and just like any other event, the energy in the building makes it different. It separates it just from watching at home. And what these kids have, what everybody's been bringing this week has just been awesome on the guys and the girls' side.
And as Brant has been running around, as we've kind of helped him through the ropes of this event, as you said, catching a lot of cool stuff on Instagram. That's a fun, and for old guys like me, that's a newer platform. Trying to get the hang of and all that stuff. But you've had some opportunities. We've had some big games, some 300s out there. Talk a little bit about. Earlier today we had Matt Farber fire 300. Talk a little bit about that experience, kind of getting to watch that unfold up close. I know you and Matt have a pretty close relationship as well. So
no, it was pretty cool. Obviously, I've been chasing the big scores, the big games, trying to provide everybody that's watching back home with some pretty good and robust highlights that can't be here or aren't watching necessarily throughout the week. So going down, chasing that 300, personally friends with Matt Farber, and seeing him, all 3 shots in the 10th were pure. I know he's been really working at it the last month. He's a current member on the 2018 Team USA, won a couple gold medals this year. He's been working really hard to get back, and so to see him shoot a 300, no doubt about it either, was pretty cool. Like we've been saying, there's a lot of big games, a lot of exciting moments this week, but sometimes in bowling it's better to be lucky than good, and he left no doubt about that on all 3 shots. Conversely, Cortez Schenk, and as you mentioned too, Sean Wilcox, 2 290s. Cortez just missed out on an 800. Just pummeled the pocket there. It's a lot of strikes. Everywhere you look, the pins are dancing, the pins are flying. A lot of people are making my job easy. I go down to take a shot, take a highlight for Instagram. One and done, baby.
One and done. It's always nice.
It is.
Takes the.
I don't like being the black cloud, Aaron. I don't like being the kiss of death. Go down to take a video.
To be fair, we have at least 4 other people who get noted for that prior to you. So in the black cloud rankings, yes, you are.
On the rise.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully people keep striking for you. That's.
I hope so.
That's a good thing right there. It's definitely been an interesting progression throughout the course of today. Once again, 41 feet, the second longest of the patterns this week. But we've been able to see kind of a little bit more uniform way of attacking the lanes on the guy's side outside of Cortez for those first few games, but he made the big jump left.
He did.
Now Brant, as you get the opportunity to come out to quite a few events, especially when TV is involved on our side when we're working with CBS Sports Network. Usually, that's kind of end of the week. We know our top competitors who's kind of in the mix. But generally, you don't get to see an event kind of from start to finish. What's it like seeing a field of this size especially kind of having these opportunities to see them break down a pattern. I know yourself, definitely a super fan of bowling. Have enjoyed kind of getting to pick at some of the great brains at USBC and kind of learn more about the sport. But what are some of your biggest takeaways, kind of seeing these players attack different patterns and just kind of being able to see this big of a field in general?
Well, I have to say, first and foremost, the biggest difference for me in getting to an event before practice day as opposed to the day before the show is a lot of people are a lot happier to see me. It's at the beginning of the tournament that there's no cuts, there's no eliminations yet, so it's good to see some friendly, smiling faces and before the competition starts. But it's very interesting in talking with bowlers such as Kelly Kulik and talking with Rob and Matt Farber and hearing them just approach practice day and what they want to do. I mean, you get 2 hours to bowl as much as you want on the 5 different patterns for the rest of the week. So me personally, not necessarily being as competitive on the same level as them, it's interesting to hear how they would approach that. How are you going to form your arsenal for the week? What ball movement are you looking for each pattern? And really how you're approaching the center. That's probably the biggest thing. Just listening to Rob break down, hey, we're bowling at Gold Coast. That's something that you really have to take into consideration as opposed to maybe bowling at South Point or somewhere else. There's a scouting report, if you will, on the surfaces, kind of, what bowlers need to look for and what surfaces, cores you might want to use on different oil patterns. And so that's something I really don't get to see for some of the other events I've been at, for the PWBA in particular, US Open. So that's been another fun part for the week for me, is just seeing how they break it down. And mentally, from a mental standpoint, just listening to guys like Matt Russo and Matt Farber that maybe didn't start out too hot, but they're not sweating it. They didn't get down on themselves at all. They come back the next day and light it up. And Matt Russo had a huge second day after kind of just getting through day one. I talked to him after day 2, and it's pretty much what he said. Hey, I didn't necessarily have a game plan going into practice. He just signed with 900 Global, new equipment. I'm asking him about his arsenal and what he wanted to do in practice to get ready for the week, and there wasn't much. So it's pretty cool to watch each bowler go throughout the week in their own way. Obviously, there are ball reps here helping them out. But that's been fun. Every bowler's got their own style, mentally, physically, whatever it is. Matt Farber is very big into sports psychology. So mentally, he's thinking about different things than maybe somebody else. Whether it's a 14-year-old bowler that's out here at team trials for the first time, or somebody, conversely, that's a grizzled vet, like Kelly Kulik.
Nicely done, Bray. Some good stuff there.
I try.
I know.
Every now and then.
We're hitting the halfway point here of our final game of day number 4. Of course, tomorrow, the final day of team trials, will be 5 days already in the books here at Gold Coast. A little added excitement, getting more into Brant's realm with the stepladder finals coming up of the U.S. Amateur.
That does seem to be my specialty.
It seems if there's a stepladder final, you can find Brant
not far away,
somewhere close. So, definitely going to be a lot going on tomorrow. After we get through our normal kind of schedule of the day with our 6 games of men's qualifying and then the final 6 games of women's qualifying. But then the stepladder and the presentation. That's going to be a cool thing for you as well, as kind of a first-time participant.
Yeah,
just on our side.
That's something I'm definitely looking forward to. The highest level that I got to in bowling was in high school, but just standing out on the approach before the matches and bowling in junior gold too, listening to the national anthem, being named to Team USA and qualifying and winning the Team USA trials and US amateurs is something very, very special. for sure. And I'm very excited to see everybody who makes the team, their facial reactions, their mood, their body language. It's just going to be something I'm definitely never going to forget.
Yeah, definitely an emotional moment, both positive and sometimes there's the heartbreak element as well, as although mine is not nearly as appropriate as that, but watching your former Miami Dolphin Cody Parkey hit 2 uprights to lose a game.
Not just 1 upright, Aaron, but 2.
But yeah, there's definitely the emotional element heading into that. You talked about it. People, they gear up for this event for months. This is, for some of those top players who have yet to make their way to the professional ranks, this is kind of it. This is the big event.
This is it. And the one thing going around, starting from practice day, walking up and down all 70 lanes here at Gold Coast, is everybody's got a different story. Whether they're in high school, they're in college, they're a pro. Everybody's really been gearing up for this event differently. Some people are on a high school break. Some people are on college vacation. Some people are in college but don't bowl collegiately at all. So it's very interesting to hear what people have to say as far as gearing up for this event. How are they staying sharp?
Yeah, definitely another cool aspect which allows so many of these younger players in is the fact that team trials, start of the year.
Starting the year off strong for a lot of just about everybody.
On that break, and getting the opportunity to hopefully put in a good performance and use that really as a stepping stone towards hopefully a great 2019. We have a few players on our masking units right in front of us here. We look at Shannon O'Keefe. Obviously, she became PWBA Player of the Year in 2018. Kyle Troop won his first gold medal at the World Championships. Cortez Shank added a gold medal as well at the World Youth Championships. And Jordan Richard, PWBA Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, all 4 of those bowlers really had, it wasn't just 2018 for any of them, it was 2018. They made the most of the year. Shannon and Jordan dominated the tour. Jordan 5 straight shows. That was something to see right there. For somebody like me, like we talked about earlier, that comes in at the end of the week to see Jordan Richard at the step ladder finals week after week after week, something just really impressive. The mechanics are picture perfect.
Definitely true. Tough fields, obviously, and being able to be that consistent. Also a key here at team trials with the unique scoring system of ranking points throughout competition, trying to keep those finishes near the top of the standings. So with 1 round left to go, obviously we can only see a handful of lanes here, but I'm not sure how people are finishing up. But who would be a few of your favorites heading into tomorrow to, say, make a run at either the team trials title or U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals?
I mean, I gotta like Cortez right now. After watching him bowl, I've watched him bowl a lot today. The pattern tomorrow is very similar to what it is today. You gotta like him going into the final stretch. A lot of momentum, as we kind of saw today against your Bears, Aaron. Momentum means a lot. You can get a full head of steam going into that last day of mentally focused. Cortez has been here before, so that experience combined with momentum, just going into the end of the week, you gotta like him. Wesley Lowe's been throwing the ball great all week. He's been near the top or at the top pretty consistently. Nick Pate obviously had a big day yesterday, 805 for the first 3. Cortez would have had an 800 today too. He had a good shot at it before a pretty wild 5 pin.
that video up on the Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page. It did just about everything. Danced, it spun, it almost rolled, nearly fell down. It actually did, but unfortunately the racket came down and caused it to finally push over.
Yep. That pin was doing a little bit of everything. There he goes again.
Makes it 4 in a row. Once again, he made a big move. He was playing a pretty tight line with the urethane throughout the course of the first 4 games and even into starting game number 5. Didn't like what he saw. He had crossed with Sean Wilcox the previous game, who had shot 290. See where Sean's doing today, but Cortez ended up making the big move. Didn't take him long to find the right line, and he is firing. Looks like Sean's on 7 and 8. Go to live scoring. Sean chance to shoot 259 this game.
So Sean's got a little bit of momentum himself.
And he had a good day yesterday too. Finished third overall on Saturday for his 6 games.
I mean, you really can't forget about JJ either, Aaron. If we want to talk about grizzle bets out there on the lanes, there's none better than John Janowitz right now. He's making it look easy.
Double J, always tough in this format. Such an experienced player on so many different levels. Obviously, he's won on the big stage before. You know, really coming into the limelight at 2004 at the Open Championships, winning a pair of eagles with the big 858 series in singles. Also taking all events. Had a third one in 2013, 8-time Team USA member, Zimmerman. Brings the heat there in the 9th frame.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that one. He really crushed that pocket right there.
But yeah, JJ knows how to win this event, knows how to make the team, and you could definitely see that experience being a big factor. It's a big deal to make Team USA. Certainly, you know, these athletes, both the men's and the women's field, weren't you know, they came here with big expectations of wanting to represent their country, and
Sure.
And to be in that position, it's got to tighten up the arm swing a little bit. You know, it's going to be a pressure-packed day. There's going to be some folks moving, making their runs, as you said.
Yeah, the thing about Double J is he's so calm, cool, and collected the whole tournament. Like I was talking about with Matt Russo and Matt Farber, you know, they're not getting down on themselves after a really bad shot, a bad game, or a bad day. They're grinding it out, and they're making things happen. They know they're going to be opportunistic when the pattern comes along, when space opens up. They can really start whacking the pocket and really scoring.
Looking for one more now. Cortez, his 9th frame, looking to make it 5 in a row, starting behind the ball return. He's asking for some help there, and nearly catches a good break. Well, it was a good break just to have the 10 pin up there, but nearly got them all to tumble. That'll drop his max score down to 222. Just kind of keeping an eye on Sean Wilcox for the overall daily lead. Over on 7 and 8. Sean, 9 spare in the 9th. He can get to 238. So for Cortez, he's able to take care of the spare. take care of business in the 10th. He should hold on for the daily lead.
Between him and Sean, they've both been making it look so easy today. Just effortless.
First things first, no problem on the spare. So Brant, as we begin to fall upon our final frame here. Another day, another 12 games in the books.
Indeed.
Tomorrow's a big day. What are you looking forward to most out of everything we have planned for tomorrow? We're gonna get here tomorrow, 7 o'clock in the morning. Probably not gonna leave till about midnight. It's gonna be a long day, but it's gonna be a very rewarding day at the end of it. What are you looking forward to most?
Well, Aaron, you know me. I'm not afraid of the long hours. I'm a pretty high energy guy. The stepladder finals are my bread and butter. I really enjoy the bright lights and seeing champions get crowned, ultimately. It's a great moment, surreal moment for a lot of these people, especially a first-time winner. Something really cool that I've been very fortunate to see a lot. So, I mean, just seeing the Team USA members just be named and to get their jackets, you know, obviously the squad room orientation afterwards when they're talking to the coaches and it really sinks in, holy cow, I'm on Team USA for 2019. That's something that I'm really excited for. I mean, we've seen a lot of good bowling this week. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about the men's field, you know, bowling the PBA event and not as many pros as there have been in the past few years. But that doesn't change the difficulty of the oil patterns at all. And these kids, the bowlers this week on both sides have been executing. And that's just the fact of the matter. It's really been so much fun. We're pretty lucky, Aaron. We get to watch some great bowling all day, all week really. And there's no other way that I'd like to start my year off than doing that. Starting the year off strong for me as well. I have to say, I've been enjoying watching Anthony Nair roll the ball this week. He's throwing it between 20 and 23 miles per hour, rifling it down the lanes, making the pins dance like it's a Friday night on the Strip in Vegas. It's been fun.
Wait a second, what were you doing on Friday night then? Must have snuck out early.
I mean, Vegas does have a reputation, Aaron. That's for sure. He's been making the pins fly.
Of course, Anthony, Nair family, they're part of the country. That's where you originally hail from as well.
It is. Anthony's dad actually coached our rival high school, Andy Nair. So he owns the bowling center about 15 minutes away from my house. So I know the Nairs a little bit. You know, Anthony is quite a few years younger than me, so I'm getting to know him a lot better now that I'm working with USBC and getting to see him out at these events. Cortez making him dance there too.
Holy cow, that was violent.
He's a very violent messenger.
My goodness, that was downright terrifying, Brant.
It was. Made me jump in my seat.
All right, we're getting reports in the chat that Sean finished with 237. 1461 his total, so Cortez in good shape here. He's going to get that coveted 1 point. But Trey, you are right. Both competitors just an outstanding day. You know, a lot of times on these patterns, you know, you'll see a player just kind of get there and get lined up. But to have essentially two guys be 80, 90 pins better or ahead of the rest of the field. That's something you catch too often there too. See two guys that dominant.
No.
So
no.
for Sean, 2 huge days back to back for Cortez. He's finding his stride here in the back half of the week.
Yeah, obviously you want to have, like we were talking about earlier, a lot of momentum going into the end of the event, and Cortez has definitely found it. There's no doubt about it.
.219 finish for Cortez. That'll put him 283 over on 43 and 44. Michael Duran 160, Adam Zimmerman 195, Ryan Winters 212, Max Roars 167. Jordan Monins is going to finish things up on 43 and 44. Kai Yamada 194. Clifford 146. Brian can get to 177. Jordan still has a smile on his face. It's minus 142 heading into this game, but going to take away some positives, finishing the day strong.
Yes, he is.
And then with a couple strikes.
He's gonna have a nice finish. Mason Moore. He had a nice day today. He had the front 8 earlier in game 3. He's down there chasing that 300. Same time as Cortez's attempt at 800. But it's like you said, when you look up at the scoreboard and you see Cortez plus 264, Mason Moore had a really nice day, plus 100. It's a pretty big disparity. And both bowlers have bowled well today.
It is true, but number-wise at least, but yeah, it definitely doesn't take away from the day. And you know, when you look at the scores across the board, to be sitting right around plus 100 is going to be a solid day.
Something you can take home. It's a learning experience. Something you can take some pride in for sure. And everything's a learning lesson. So to go plus 100 and bowl with somebody that goes plus 264, you know, you can definitely take pride in your plus 100. But hey, this is what I need to do to dominate. Like Cortez. He looks like he's disappointed after every time he walks off the approach. He knows could have maybe made a run at plus 300, plus 350. What he knows, he left some pins out there, and he dominated the field. Him and Sean both.
Well, certainly it was a fun day for 2 of our young budding superstars in the sport.
The future is bright, Aaron.
Future is bright, Mr. Houghton. You'll need to get some better sunglasses for all the brightness.
Indeed. We're going to need some new ones.
All right, folks. That's going to do it for our featured pairs. We are more or less done all around here. So we want to thank everyone for joining us here on Bowl TV. Day number 4 in the books. Be sure to keep an eye out on bowl.com. Matt Canzaro already posted a quick recap of the women's squad from earlier today, but we'll have another one with the men's recap coming up a little bit. Of course, the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, and at US Bowling Congress on Instagram. Brant, one day left to go. We appreciate you stopping in. We appreciate all the hard work you've done this week.
Aaron, I appreciate you having me. You know I like to talk. You invited me on here. I really enjoy being here, just helping out, cover the event. being here with you guys. It's great to be a part of the team. Great to see a future for the sport. Team USA Bowlers be crowned for 2019. Thanks for having me.
No problem, sir. Definitely appreciate it. Once again, all the hard work. Brent Houghton, part of the marketing crew at USBC. So with that, we're going to say our thank yous and sign off. Once again, to our host, Gold Coast, to our tournament staff, Brunswick, Kegel, and Logo Infusion, some of our industry partners. Big thanks to everyone for joining us in the chat today. We certainly appreciate all the company and camaraderie. We're going to do it one more time tomorrow. First squad will be at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. local time here in Las Vegas. That'll be the men's final round. The women's final round will start 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. local time here in Vegas. Almost immediately after that, we will set up for the U.S. Amateur Stepladder Finals. That'll be approximately 10:30 p.m. Eastern start time, 7:30 local, and immediately following that, the introduction of Team USA and Junior Team USA. So for Brant, for Matt Cannizzaro, for Jason Thomas, for Emil Williams Jr., big shout out as well to Rob Gottschall for joining us in the booth today. I'm Aaron Smith. We're signing off. We'll see you tomorrow for the final day from the 2019 USBC Team USA Trials and U.S. Amateur Championships. Thanks again, and have a great night.